Let me just take my pills real quick. Who doesn't love Dahlia Hawthorne? Aside from everybody. Helvaboss Skyrim AU? That sounds odd. Oh wait, I should add everyone. Funky. Yeah, that sounds very interesting. Also, you know, I'm just waiting for people to show up. I gotta take the fucking pills. Okay. Yeah, I did the Discord thing. I love how the entire build is fucking tilted. That's your favorite thing about Battlefield already. I don't know about this jazz stuff. I think I prefer the orchestral. Game is set to Pal World? I changed it though. Oh. Huh, it does say Pal World. Oops. Also, hey Das. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Electrica, Das, Dankster, Aether. Let's see if Nerd shows up. I'm on a Discord, Nerd is online, so... May dance. is this? Hmm? Somebody hid fucking Nazi symbols in Life is Strange 3? Okay. Well. Several sources recall a meeting in which Gary's told those who had pushed back his decision. Oh god. Oof, must have been a troll. Putting Nazi symbols in the game goes a bit beyond trolling, I think. Like, that's fucked up. Fucking long that guy from Tomorrow's Teachers. Spotify has now changed which tracks are eligible for monetization. Tracks with under 1,000 streams will earn nothing from the streaming giant. Wow, cool. Jesus. Music's louder than my voice. Just a sec. There it is. There we go. Yeah, I'm just checking Discord while I wait for like Nerd to show up. I think I'll message them real quick. Hold on. Yeah, obviously, Electrica. First game is pretty chill, IMO. No! No, the first game's pretty bad. Life is Cringe has no good games. Yeah. I mean, the aesthetic of it. I don't even like the aesthetic. The aesthetic is, like, ugly as fuck. The aesthetic is, like, pretty bland. Okay, Nerd hasn't gotten back to me, but we can probably at least get started. All right. Life sure is strange, Eric. Evolve? Oh, was Evolve that, like, asymmetrical gameplay game? Where, like, one person played a big monster? Concept art for bad games saddened me a lot. Yeah. Especially fucking, what was that one game? That game Donkey made fun of. Balan's Wonderworld, that's it. There was some good concept art for Balan's Wonderworld. It's a shame. What a great way to open the file. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Woo. He's just trapped spinning forever. Is this meat spin? What the fuck is meat spin? That sounds familiar. Oh. The site your mother warned you about. Okay, it's one of those. I'm not clicking on that. I'm guessing it's some, like, therotten.com shit. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There. That's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh, wow. Look at that photo of the team. There's Clay, and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Orna Blackwell, and even Punko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Oops. Let's check out the newspaper article, too. Hat 1 launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Dad, take a look at that jacket. Must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hello? Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Thena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene. You must be so worried. Rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Thena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What, you didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Thena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. But why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Thena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Thena's mom, in the robotics lab, she was murdered. What? After it happened, Thena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case? That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. What is she wearing? She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I wonder what kind of research it was. Because of her special ability, Thena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Ooh, Dad, show her that picture. Atta girl, good idea. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Oh look, there's Thena's mom. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metis Sykes. The one in the kimono. As many Americans wear. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as I suspected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean the crime prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. Considering that both Athena and Simon Blackwell are like psychological specialists, I think that's a pretty good fucking guess. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods, and please try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Dad. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate. The one behind the courtroom bombing incident? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. Now, what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. Why does he still have that stupid wrist computer? You, what nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence? No. Question? Okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Hey, November. Fine, just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. Wait, Arm get killed? Yeah, Arm was the victim in the first case of the game. Ted Tonate here killed her. Because she discovered that he was selling bomb parts illegally. And he knew he was gonna, like, lose his job and get in deep shit for that, so he hit her. And then tried to cover up what happened. What? I don't know who it was. It's who blew up the courtroom! You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psyche logs, so I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth, I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they laid it all out piece by piece. What's this? This looks like an interesting bomb part. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated. Thank God the microcontroller, aka the MOT sensitive part, was untouched. Oh, most sensitive part. Okay. Microcontroller. What? Is this it? Is this the microcontroller? Yeah, you'd think this would be, like, non-existent. It's a bomb. A bomb strong enough to take out an entire courtroom. Phony Fanty bomb added to the court record. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. The board blew up the microcontroller. Should be in a... If the board blew up, then the microcontroller should be in a million pieces. Yeah, that would make sense. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was about to question Miss Sykes. You're going to see Athena now. That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. Why would you want them? Because he's obsessed with bomb parts. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning's over to see her. And after we came all this way too, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Dad. Alright, sounds like a plan. Judgetron. That's fun. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. Okay, Simon's sister has to be here, right? Come on. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots... Dad, look! Over there! Oh. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell? I wonder what they're talking about. Well, well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy, and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. And they all lived happily ever after. Dad, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Because she's talking about Athena. And of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess is your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo? How could you? What's wrong with saying, I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate? God, she's the worst. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Phew, all this laughing has me worn out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries, Mr. Terran? I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts. Yeah, right, and I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story. She's being a dick? Yeah, not wrong. But Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll have to make you talk. Yeah, yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. Yikes. I don't want you to be safe. You don't want to get recycled, Clunko. Yeah, blast processing, referencing like that fucking Sega Genesis bullshit. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Miss First Name, Dr. Last Name. Cool. Or wait, no. Sykes is her last name, my bad. Brain fart. Gah! Gah! Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that's left of Metis here on Earth. Robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shot, hunk junk. Klunko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies really are just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Yeah, are you sure they can't feel pain? Because I seem to distinctly recall Klonko saying at one point, "Ow, Miss Aura, stop, that hurts." I remember it saying that. Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Dad's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too. Maybe she's just a sadist and programmed the robots to pretend they're hurt. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it. To help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. He was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat a sovereign. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Metis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. Hold on. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
りで世界のざとは Yeah, the raging on and on Perfect falls Bloody lights 息あるし Don't want to carry on 感情ね暗かね暗かね自由も渡って I'm flashing back Backing out 罪のない嘘 Control to your voice What's in my choice Such a voice Step away from me記載地点私よ拾ってくすだろうとレッサーバイディなぜは選択知らない変なゲ私はどこか暗いとこに落ちたここに来たことはない私は知らない場所にいる今また無視されている闇の赤く部屋こそ食欲あるやりすぎた私たちの今どこはない私の運命はもう決まってた Life doesn't let you choose にもかかわらず本当に欲しいものはまずだけ Despite everything I need 仕方がない私の魂は苦しんでいる希望もなく一人でいる I got the fire and my choices run out In my cage In my choices run out In my cage 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 Life doesn't let you choose にもかかわらず本当に欲しいものはまずだけ Despite everything I need 仕方がない私の魂は苦しんでいる希望もなく一人でいる私の友人手放せない私たちのハッピーエンドまで最大の課題先にあります世界の運命は異なります理解を求める優しさを求める彼ら
I'm back. Sorry for the wait. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? Yeah, literally as soon as you said that. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you could just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. You can strangle a robot? I don't think they need oxygen, though. Then get out. Now. Clonko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Hey, Das, you got back when I did. Perfect. Ouch! Don't push! What did I miss? Literally nothing. I took a pretty long, break. Some shit came up. Ouch, don't push! My apologies, I'm just following orders. Ugh. She is a bitch. You know what, chat? I think you're onto something. This Aura Blackwell woman seems like she might not be very nice. I guess being a psycho just runs in the family. Wrong pipe. Fuck, I hate that. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh, that fucking sucks. That's what I get for taking a breath in while trying to drink water. Ugh. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that Hold on. Give me a bit. I think there's still moisture in my lungs. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. Guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I mean, kinda. I'm gonna keep an eye on him. Hey wait, Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Was this always here? Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. Empty is a strong word. This is like a pigsty, bro. Clean the fuck up. I guess I haven't been here at my office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? Hey, I know this handwriting. Anybody recognize this sketch here? This drawing showed up at the end of Justice for All. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something, although weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I send. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Here's a still PNG of her because we didn't want to waste our time making a model, a 3D model for a character who's like not gonna show up in this game. Sir, not appearing in this game. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Psyche Locks. Maya is the one who gave it to me. Maya who? Never heard of her. I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Ah! Eek! Oh, it's you, Pearls. Yay! Pearl is here. Das, what the fuck? Why did you say that? Pardon? Also, I don't know if that's even true. Hold on. Oh, shit. She's not showing up in the profiles. Well, whatever. My inner Scoot came out for a second. Keep it in. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Fey, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. Very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? No, she's not, Das! She's 17! Fucking hell. Although, I guess this is a Japanese game. Ugh. She's legal in some parts of Japan. I think the age of 16 is the age of consent everywhere in Japan. I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there's a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more. Yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearly said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You'd better thank her. Yeah, I think we could really use Pearls to, like, fucking clean up this office. Jesus Christ. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Where's Trucy? She left. Hold on. Does the log still say when she left? Nope, just barely too long ago. I don't remember why she left. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. If the trial's still going, they must be holding him down at the detention center. I like how they changed her design by just having, like, one part of her bangs with, like, a bead on it. Like, good enough, I guess. She, for the most part, just looks the same. Just a little taller. Yay, another underage Ah! Electrica, not you too! Ugh! Can y'all not? Jesus. You've been hanging around Scoot too long. And I literally hung out with Scoot IRL. Here we go. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. Anytime the sidekick isn't a big milk facility vessel woman, it's a 16-year-old. You do know that breast size does not actually correlate with milk production, right? Well, there's no tomorrow. What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. Let's just go by furry logic. Yeah, furries do kind of just act like that. It's like, oh, they have big bazongas, so, like, they have milk jets, basically. It's like, that's not... You know, it, like, literally all of this is just fat, right? I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Wow, I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in this morning. Saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me. It was just the thing to do. It was the just thing to do. But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Is that the just thing to do, too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono? This is blade-proof glass, right? Blade-proof. Yeah, it's bulletproof, but a sword? That'll go right through it. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you called the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you? You villain. Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely, positively blade-proof, right? Answer A? It was B, Iniv. No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? God, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same one as in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Daniel's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with the fucking katana that he has, but also doesn't have. Prosecutor Blackwell. God, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police call the incident the UR1 incident. It's always 2 letters, a hyphen, and then a number. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kinda like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? There he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's, kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture, and not because she's, you know, Japanese. Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. But who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He was definitely hiding something. Hold on, let me get a look at this photo again. There's blood on a robot arm. Wait, hold on. The bandage on that fucking robot arm, is that? There it is. Sorry. Yep, it's this robot's arm. Interesting. Why is there blood on a robot's arm, though? I guess the most obvious thing is that it doesn't show Blackwell committing the murder, just holding the murder weapon. So it's definitely someone else who did it, not him. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me, you didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. Hey nerd, there you are. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. And this is why the death penalty shouldn't be a fucking thing. Like, the entire point of the death penalty is just like, oh, you did a bad thing, so we kill you now. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, the death penalty shouldn't exist. Maybe in, like, super extreme circumstances, like, if they gave the death penalty to, like, the Boston bomber or something, then it's like, alright, fair. But, like, this is, like, a single homicide. This is a weird reason to execute someone. But that'd be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. Ugh, I want to do something. I want to, but... You're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Wait. Is disrespecting the fucking religion in Malaysia punishable by death, actually? Yes? Oh, that is fucked. What the hell, Malaysia? Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative? He's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. This is why separation of church and state is very, very important. This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Tora! Hey! Thank you so much for the raid. 42 people. Wow. Awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? Oh, you've got to be kidding. Also, good luck, Captain. Thank you, Aniv. I guess I'm the captain now. I am the captain now. That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making a big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots. The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They're gay. Just a gay robot. They hold themselves up at the Space Center and have taken the visitors as hostages. They did what? No, Trucy. We have to get right over there. This is gonna be one hell of a battle. Hey, Tina. Good night, Tora. The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage. Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You'll never know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you just see he's trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. Alright, people. What's going on here? Pearls, over here. Oh, Mr. Nick. There you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Klonko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something? Oh, did I? Error. Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. Yeah, maybe if Aura Blackwill would stop smacking him around. Yeah. Uh-oh. Looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Klonko? Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Ah! The robots are rebelling! Everybody run! Eek! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Fools. How could you fall for something so cliché? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1. Come here, I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Klonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Dad? Dad, is that you? Trucy. Trucy, is that you? No, Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Dad. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here on... Ah! Ugh, this girl talks too much. Trucy, Trucy, talk to me. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Interesting that it grows horns. Kind of reminds me of a certain someone else's character design. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? No, hold on just one moment. I can't give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait! Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. Princess? Hunk of Junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not the murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same one as the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just, what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Retry it in court? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible! Please give me at least until tomorrow! They're executing Simon tomorrow, so, if you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will. And I guess I can be fair and let you come and check out the crime scene. But hunk of junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now follow hunk of junk. Riot police, make way. We're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help with the investigation. Let me take a break on the recording. Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. We can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright? Ah! It's the hostage taker! I'm back to my usual self now. You are being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? Ooh. Yeah! Hell yeah! Fuck yeah!
I trust you've been well, right?
He has glasses! Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor, but now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The capture chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Oh, what a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. Oh, the capsule. I also have the autopsy report for you. Yes, this one is up to date. So we've got the murder weapon, the katana. Clay Tarrant's jacket. There's a sheet of paper next to her. The victim's body was found on an operating table. A katana, the victim's staff jacket, and a cart were found nearby. Okay, there's the Hope capsule, which is interesting. Some sort of robot charging station. The katana, I'm guessing this is where the katana goes. The moon rock was stolen. A Hope capsule can be seen on the workbench. There are rolling cases for moving equipment, a robot charging station, and a toolkit on the floor. There's a hanging scroll and Japanese theater mask on the wall. Yeah, that's a no mask. Medicine's autopsy report added to the court record. Cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. A security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. Wait, he pled guilty and they're still killing him? What the fuck? Jesus, he must have had, like, the shittiest lawyer of all time if he couldn't, like, get off the death penalty. With a fucking, like, guilty plea. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right, and there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. I guess the lawyer was Kristoff. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together. Alright. There's the robot charging station. What's this? Looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. That's a charging station for us robots! We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Ugh. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Aura is fucked up. This is one hell of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron, JT02. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The meta occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Aha! Hello! Well, well, what's this then? Now, why would a moon rock be inside a bomb? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all civilization. I mean, asteroids can in fact have a big impact on civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That's not Pearl. That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded on the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. Grown? Well, hey, I'll have you know, an asteroid definitely had an impact on the dinosaurs. They weren't very happy about it. First on the scene, huh? Staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Why are you not a bow? And why are you not a bow? I don't know what that means. Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell. I don't know what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this. It's a custom-made, shock-resistant bag, but how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. Who the fuck is Apollo? So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could probably both fit into the biggest one. I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. I think that would be fair. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. And there's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I'd better not think about it anymore. Yeah, Pearl has Phoenix Wright sidekick syndrome, meaning she's going to say the stupidest shit imaginable at a crime scene. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too. Yes, it was here, then, as well, with the victim's body lying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch the... Oops. Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Try dismantling a person, like that one ending in Security Breach that all the speedrunners get to, because you can do a 3-minute speedrun by literally just clipping through a fucking wall and walking to where that ending is. Ah, Security Breach. What a great game. Ooh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do... Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Plunko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. He's been normal this whole time, but alright. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh, so he calls Dr. Sykes Mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura? With the loss, she exhibited a severe... Okay. Yep, I'm too dumb to know how that's pronounced. Catecholamine? That seems to be about right.
Catecholamine.
Catecholamine. Alright, and what is it? Chemical that is made by nerve cells and used to send signals to other cells. Catecholamine are important in stress responses. High levels cause blood pressure, which can lead to headaches. I see. So it's an anxiety thing. With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying, and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. Then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Honko and Klonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions from analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Oh, like Widget. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features, and they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might be even more human than you. Well, what's that supposed to mean? It sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Emergency ladder. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they... An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. No, Das, I don't believe that's a step ladder. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. This is almost certainly, by definition, not a stepladder. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Hold on. Yay. This is a stepladder.
It's a very easy situation to operate. You just push the buttons in right here on the two sides. There are two little buttons. And all you do is push them in, and that will release it. And right here, push the button in, that releases it. And then after you let go, it locks firmly in place. So really, you're all set. And this is tough.
It is?
Listen, give you an example. Say you have you have to get up on the wall, high ceiling, vault the ceiling. Hey, listen, just walk right up. And I tell you, it's very safe, it's durable, and
Carol,
it's lightweight.
You're scaring me.
So really,
Wow.
now it's locked in place, okay? So really, you say,
Oh, God, Harold, are you okay?
actually, I didn't have it locked. You have to lock it. Once you lock
Oops. That's not the worst incident I've seen on an infomercial. Where's the fucking... There's like a katana one. Yeah, here it is.
1101 1816 is the item number on this one. And the nice thing about these practice katanas... Oh! Oh, that hurt.
You can't really see it, but he hit it too hard, and the blade snapped off and hit him.
Oh! Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt big time. A piece of that the tip just got me, Odell.
Yeah, maybe don't play with a katana.
Oh, that got me good.
You all right?
A piece of that tip just got me. Oh,
right now, we,
I remember there was also a video where, like, Gordon Ramsay did something like that with a knife and the tip of it hit him in the face. Do not do that with blades, ever, for any reason. I don't care how sturdy you think the blade is, don't smack it against shit. You don't know where the pieces are gonna go if they break. You could, like, really seriously injure yourself. Don't do that. If you're a professional at wielding any kind of blade, then you should know not to do that. Just like how people who are professionals with guns know not to look into the fucking barrel. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There's still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back. Yep, the Blackwell case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. Ooh, he did the anime glasses adjusting thing. Sick. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Yet the beanie is still up there. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Dark age of the law. I mean, the ends do justify the means, Electrica. There's so much I need to ask Junie. What happened in court today? Where we go from here? Ah! Alright, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. My biggest regret with that clip is that I didn't use this face. I didn't really think to it. I'm used to using the cringe face when I, like, feel sudden distress. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. Honestly, I think this might be my least used emote, period. I don't really get a lot of points to use it. I'm gonna end the Dark Age of the Law. That's what this is all about. The Dark Age of the Law sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean... That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. When suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. Sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve the UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, right, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me, too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages.
Oh, Mr. Wright.
And Pearl, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend, and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried, either. Really, who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so besides herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to. That's not good. I could never fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage, to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo, the one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy, and I couldn't see. I tried to get out there somehow. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave.
how long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. You were unconscious for a long time. I hope you got medical attention. That's pretty bad. Being unconscious can, like, literally give you brain damage. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. My mind must have been fuzzy, because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was doctors... What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? She got hit by a horseshoe. She can walk it off. Also, coincidentally, she can talk to horses now. Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice and my special ability. You know, people said a talking pony was the more boring one, but, like, I don't know. I really thought it was pretty funny that, like, they just smacked people over the head with a horseshoe. Like, they just commit assault several times in that movie. It's what the good guys do. It's so funny. Also, I like that the horse, which has never played cards in its life, because it's a horse, knows what card suits are. Machines could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice, and my special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that, dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Something about autism or something? Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only thing my mother left me with are widget. And this earring. Ooh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Interesting. Yeah, I see, like, a little kid with headphones, and I think of, like, autistic people who are sensitive to loud noises. So, you know, me. I never had any kind of, like, headphones for that back then, but I am, to this day, not great with loud noises. Like, when I was in Vegas, there was a loud-ass fucking concert, and as we walked by it, I had to plug my ears. Piece of moon rock, huh? Maybe she did love me, in her own way. You know, that fucking earring would actually be, like, so insanely valuable Like, she's wearing millions of dollars on her ear. I just want to say that. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe, too. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them, and I grew up around them, you know. Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. So she was the one who wrapped up that arm. Huh. Interesting. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It just looked like magic to me, what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little, and this person has even taken hostages. I guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, I mean, she was a kid. What did she know? After some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate, and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her! I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. Europe is real in this universe. Holy fuck. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty, and when I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. You say Simon is happy? Wow, now I know you're full of shit. He was. I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Hey, Darkleaf. Good to see you. Ah! Ah, I thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. Ba-da-da-da. My phone. It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do. Ugh, the cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us! Wait a minute. Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although, weird is par for the course with you. Oh. Oh! Maybe they could use the damaged courtroom. A courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. Yeah. It also kind of happened in the 3rd game. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention, it's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No! Ooh, black locks. Yikes. Ugh! No way! It can't be true! Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black psyche locks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. Your phone charger doesn't come with a USB cable? Yeah, I agree with the Niv. Bro. I'm gonna blow up a courtroom. Damn. I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red psyche lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of. That doesn't really match up with the first time we saw a black psyche lock. Kristoff was explicitly trying to keep us from learning his connection to Drew Misham's murder, so it's a bit weird. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche locks. According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. When I was a teenager, this game made me like toy with the idea of like going to law school and becoming like a prosecutor, but I changed my mind pretty quickly. That would not be the life for me. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. I want an Olivia lawyer live stream. I never even, like, looked into legal shit, so, like, yeah. Better call Olivia. I will not get you found innocent. I don't know what I would be doing. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. For today, this ruin is my battleground. The robot's on like a fucking stack of crates. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Hold it.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper, official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell, I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and proper trial of Athena Sykes. Aw, I missed that fucking snarky look. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. I actually do think it's really cool that the final trial is in, like, a destroyed courtroom. It all ties into the whole, like, Dark Age of the Law symbolism. No need to move to a new courtroom. I mean, it'll work. Who cares if there's, like, rubble? Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious Dark Age of the Law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind the case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. 2-4 also had Edgeworth be the prosecutor. Yeah, they like to bring Edgeworth back once in a while. And in the third game, they had him show up as a defense attorney, because that's how that works. Just give a prosecutor a defense badge. Done deal. Hold on. You know, it's obviously not legal for a prosecutor to do that, but, like, I wonder if you hypothetically, like, could have a prosecutor, like, do a defense case and do a good job. It's kind of an interesting thought. I don't know, like, if there's huge differences. It's both, like, a prosecutor and a defense attorney are both legal professionals, so I don't know. Hold on. Yeah, the director is still fucking spinning. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right? But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Yeah, it'd be pretty bad if it rained.
This is immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. It's like we're about to kiss. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's kind of funny that the last case didn't end in us catching the murderer, and instead just a witness who didn't do it broke down because he's also just a piece of shit and a fucking pussy. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. We proved beyond a shadow of a doubt in court that director Yuri Cosmos is a fucker. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bits, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor. Where the fuck did my glasses go? Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gets an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking, just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. Yeah, you're definitely not wrong. I mean, that was kind of the whole point of, like, Edgeworth is being, like, the opposite of Phoenix Wright, in a way. To the point where they even wear, like, contrasting colors. Phoenix wears blue, and, Edgeworth wears, like, red. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October the 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the first floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Didn't really capture a moment of the crime. You just captured Blackwell holding the murder weapon. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed hold it. Oh, sorry. Hold it? Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedures for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. Yes, indeed. This trial is sponsored by Raid Shadow. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness, anyway? Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. I swear the left ear in my headset is quieter suddenly. Oh well. She says she's too busy, well, with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Klonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Leaving her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. Wait, hold on. Maybe there's just hair in my way. Hold on. It doesn't look like Metis was on the operating table. I mean, it's not visible in this shot. The operating table is where her corpse was found, though. Although it's possible she was stabbed and then moved. Leaving her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentioned. There were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. Pearl said she and Phoenix could fit in one. Yeah. I guess he thinks that, like... Wait, hold on. Let me look at the fucking crime scene photos again. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Comparing this to Simon... Like, it doesn't look like Simon would fit in it. And he's probably, like, not much taller than Wright. You can't see if any of the cases are missing in this shot. Oh, you can here, though. In fact, there seem to only be 2 cases. Interesting. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. So which one was the smallest one missing, or the largest one? They're all here in the photo. It looks like the biggest one is missing. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. 7-year-old video updated in the court record. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Are we even sure this is Simon? Like, we haven't got a good look at his face. I mean, that's definitely what he wears, but I don't know. It's weird we can't see his face at all. His hair's not white. Can't be him. I think the white hair is, like, implied to have happened in, like, prison or something. Hair color can't be changed. If you I thought your hair can turn white if you go through something traumatic enough. Or at least that's a trope. Also, the white seems to only be on the front of his face. Oh, anyway. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Let me break the recording real quick. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, the subject of a mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem with researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed, Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. I don't know why we're not just cross-examining the robot. The robot is Aura anyway, so... like... Why does she need to write a note and then give it to the detective? Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone.
Hold it!
So Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else. Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine, I expect no less. Ooh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so homoerotic. He said invigorating, but come on. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too, so let's keep going. I feel extra homoerotic too, so let's keep going. Someone else was at the scene at the time of... Sorry. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
Ah, your voice is different. Objection! No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claim.
Objection!
Phoenix's voice has become high-pitched, and Edgeworth's voice has become lower-pitched. Interesting casting choice. I'm pretty sure this is Eric Vale who voices him in the anime. I think they, like, mostly just use the anime cast. Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
You're the one who screamed "hold it" and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case?
Hold it!
This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Yes, that's the one, and Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has, and what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why.
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw just as that? Oh, good. Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? Oh, there is glasses. At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. Edgeworth, that's an illusion. You do know what magicians are, right? Oh yeah, way to ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock?
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Let's see. So I should try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case. Well, you are the king of bluffing. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? The robot arm? That's the only thing that stands out to me.
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on the top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken... Oh yeah, he's right, it is missing. I didn't realize that was the same cart. Yeah, that is the cart. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. Why would he steal that, though? In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... I mean... There's clearly blood on it. Also, I'm wondering what like is like written on the bandages. I feel like if you like moved it around, it would like form something.
What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball.
Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. They said what it was. Kinda? Athena didn't specify what she wrote on it. Doesn't it look like there could be an arm from a robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm. But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there's another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case.
What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. What it is? What do you mean? That is almost certainly a robot arm. It literally looks like the arm that the fucking robot Aura has right now has.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. Here it is.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. Hold on, I need... where's my water? There it is. Okay. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. No, but you can disassemble it. Like, that's literally what the fucking table there is for. Could have just hit a button to disassemble the robot and just put it in piece by piece. Even if it was the largest of cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling, obviously? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. Appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But, what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? Wait, that's less disassembling and more chopping up. You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in the photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. Ah, that would explain the blood. If he used the katana that had blood on it, then it would have gotten on the bandages. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. But why disassemble the robot? Most likely the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. Yeah! My head, my body! Where am I? Yeah! You gotta do a better job controlling your robot. Order in the court! It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. How is there an audience? Yeah, imagine being called for jury duty and you're sitting, like, here in this fucked up, blown up court. I'd be like, why the fuck are we doing the trial in here? This place looks like shit. I don't think they're holograms. I think they're real people. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Wonder how old Miles is now. 34. I think he's the same age as Phoenix. I don't think he's, like, younger or older. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something, or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. the surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones.
She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood spatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by the splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument.
Yeah!
Order! The defendant was indeed at the scene. It deepens the suspicion against him.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Punko to the stand. Oh, robot witness. I guess Fulbright there. The robot was there earlier. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. Even a fucking parrot once. And that was during my trial. What the hell? So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Punko. I have to use the bathroom again, just a sec. Ticklebot 27. You mean Ticklebot 23? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Okay, sent you a message deleted. Okay. Imagine if we could make the Ticklebot account the same style as in Niv. Shh. Don't tell people that. If Scoot finds out about that, it'd be like telling a little kid Santa isn't real. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. You remind me of my grandchild, who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko, I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. This new Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statement needs to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what this witness statements are telling us is... that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode.
but I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
Yeah, she's like a Lucario. You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. Cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I'll have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. My mom says she's on her way to pick me up, but I don't remember what for. Hold on just a sec. So I guess I'm supposed to watch the dogs today, but talk Mom into giving me a bit more time. We have a few more hours at least. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. She wants me there by at least 6, and it's 12:41 right now, so we should be able to finish this case before then. Oops, I didn't mean to click that.
I went to the robotics lab at 2 p.m. for my regular recharge.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder?
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If you listen to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why Sama Ponko's testimony is so vague. This is like cross-examining Alexa. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. You could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. Hey, Socks the Wolf. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Twitch chat. Alexa! Actually, I'm not gonna ask her that. She's just gonna give the real answer. Never mind. I can't even real cheese. Cool. Yeah, I thought about asking her that, and then it's like, oh no, she's just going to say Al-Qaeda, because that's correct. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
Hold it!
It was Bush, actually.
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Yeah, the whole, like, Bush did 9/11 thing is such a common meme that I kind of forget, like, oh no, that's right, there's a correct answer to that. Aw, thank you, Socks. Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? Although it's worth noting that the color scheme of my character is actually based on cherry blossoms. Like cherry blossom pink. Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute, that means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing. Yeah, it was instantly, because she was stabbed in the heart. Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. That's not where her body was found. The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like to hear it added. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Mommy Metis fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. Yeah, that's not where she died, so...
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray, I'm so happy! Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However... Her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Yeah, we have the updated autopsy report meme as a, as a fucking emote, like 7TV emote. Objection, dumbass. Yeah, it's the Edgeworth Please emote. Here we go. Here's the 7TV thing. Did Cumfuck not tell you? Salary cutting noises. Here, I'll give you the link if you want to install it in your own chat. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. So, where is Gumshoe? Shh. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Phew, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more. Wait, what happened to the ceiling? Oh, this specific case, for dumb reasons, has to take place in a blown-up courtroom.
Objection!
Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more. Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? The actual reason is because all of the other courts are full. And so the only one they have is the one that was damaged in a bombing at the start of the game. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she had to have moved it for her. Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones here. What kind of kangaroo court is this? Well, that does sum up Ace Attorney pretty well. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Ooh, yikes. Athena asked you to. And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. So a corpse would just be an object to Ponko. It recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Ponko! Well, we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? Panko breadcrumbs. We do. Well, I do at the very least. Yeah, I don't know. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Gah! Yeah, it's weird that her corpse wouldn't have a tag. Hold on. But the robot also doesn't detect things without a heartbeat as living people, so I don't know. Yeah, he's calling him, Ponko, like the breadcrumbs. Ponko, did you really move Miss Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. Yeah, and there was a mask at the scene. We know that. Up there. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order, but if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right, and the defendant, who was a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. So I was impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word! Just stop! Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true! Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth. She was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it never had happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming the chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no further need to prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Objection! Why not use his actual objection sound? Prosecutor Blackwell. This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. How did you get here? He's probably been here the whole time. Keep in mind, this trial is about him. It'd be weird if he wasn't here. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? Protecting Athena, probably. 7 years. 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please, go ahead. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. You're full of shit. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with the robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What's he saying? What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Ugh. Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx.
Hold it! Don't you dare judge! Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell, forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish... Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Yeah, you are defending two people at the same time, basically. One of whom will not stop fucking confessing. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Hold it!
Athena, are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here.
How are you here? Because she's the defendant, Electrica. Of course she's here.
Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you are innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know? What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial?
Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her.
Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Sorry, I just saw Payne's haircut and I kind of died. That kind of ruined the scene. Ah, Winston Payne. No, that wasn't Winston Payne, Das. That was, what was his name again? Winston Payne's fucking brother. I forgot his name. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares. So scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. Yeah, clip that, please. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. Gasp in pain. That's it. It was another fucking, like, pun. Winston Payne gasped in pain. Got it. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. That's why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? Holy shit, he's 55? I guess. You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then... The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and face the truth. Athena is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Welcome back, nerd. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. She stole my fucking mouth. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. Happy when he saw Athena. Interesting. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Stronger happiness. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. Anyway, why happiness when he saw Athena there?
Got it!
This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Woo! 60% already! Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. You know what, Dankster? I'm gonna give you one thing. Like, you said you didn't get Winston Payne until now. I was literally, like, walking through the airport. Like, I don't remember if it was the Vegas or Minneapolis airport, one of those. And I had the shocking realization, wait, her name is Athena Sykes. Sykes because she's a psychologist. I, like, just got it randomly as I was walking through the airport. I was just thinking about her, having a mental tangent in my head about Ace Attorney, and then I'm like, wait, Athena Sykes? Now I get it. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't get it earlier. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just part of my plan, nothing contradictory about that. Gah. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principle of analytical psychology. Also, puns flying over people's heads is, like, so common. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Aww. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did, I plunged the katana in. And now he's feeling distress.
Got it!
Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Gah. He can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Oh, it went up. I thought it was weird that it took out 60% at once. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony. His boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause, and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? Good question. Do I have anything to prove he's lying about killing her? The weapon used in the murder 7 years ago belonged to the victim. The victim's blood was found only on the blade, so there's nothing on the handle. Well, it seems to be pointing me towards testimony since we were just dealing with his emotions. Okay, let's present some evidence here. Got it, boss. But if you want to go back looking for inconsistent emotions, just let me know. I can easily switch back. I heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. I I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Interesting. Hold on, let's do the emotions instead. Mr. Wright? If we can't find any contradictory testimony, we could try looking for inconsistent emotions. Yeah, it is cool that you can switch between them. I heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. Surprised at hearing Athena crying. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. A lot of surprise that Athena was crying. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. What a large amount of surprise.
Got it!
How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko, that toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it. That's right, she ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade.
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. God damn it.
It's at 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. I'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. Also, like, at this point, he's lied so much, even if we get him found innocent on this murder charge, he's gonna have, like, 200 perjury charges. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Let's switch to the testimony now that he's brought up Ponko. I think there might be an inconsistency to this testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door just then. Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it to pieces. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Yeah, there's no bandages, but that's like an image thing. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. It's weird that this is a contradiction. Not bandages. Oh, you're right! Good point, Das. Yeah, he didn't slice Ponko until there was blood on the blade already.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sins? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so that it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. Ugh. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Gah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now.
You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Uh-oh. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then... Yeah, he's freaking the fuck out right now. I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Well, I don't know how the fuck we're... That terrible scene. What does that terrible scene mean? Why is he being flooded with, like, every emotion at once? This is a weird time to show half. Oh! Oh, right. It's one of these. Probe about Ponko. The root cause of all these emotions is this. Oh, I'm wrong. It must be Athena. Like, he was upset about Athena crying. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Dono? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright.
It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor, and standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. Ugh. That is scary. That's what I saw, and now you have it. The truth that you've so desperately wanted. Yeah, no wonder he was hiding that. Jesus. I don't think you can get much more incriminating. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? Well, why did you think he was hiding it so bad? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. I... No! No! Damn. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, right. The truth isn't always pretty. I had to attend a customer. What happened? Simon Blackwell finally revealed the truth. When he came in, Athena's mom was already dead, and then Athena said, "Something's wrong with mom, so I'm going to fix her." And Athena just had a panic attack. Murder. Disassembly on an operating table. A scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me. Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of the people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now. And those headphones are what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet! It can't end like this!
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not, but this... I can't give up now. I have to say something. Anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now, we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena? Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the Dark Age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. Yeah, there was no blood on the handle, you're right. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche-locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be looking for a grain of salt somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? Oh yeah, there is. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event, I can just tell. If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. If anything, she probably tried to take the sword out of her mom.
You're right.
That would be like a good first instinct. Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said, there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think.
What if she stabbed the real killer?
Like, non-fatally. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. What could the contradiction with Athena memories mean? Well, it wasn't Athena, and it wasn't Simon. So it had to have been someone else who killed her, right? The psych said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? There's only Psyche's blood on it? Oh, yeah, good point. This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmares for good. And then she decided to put her mom on the operating table to fix her. Yeah, she was probably in like a super emotionally distressed state. And because she thought that's like how that worked, she was trying to repair her mother. The weapon that took Dr. Psyche's life was the katana, that much is for sure. So if I could show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course you would ask that. Wait. It's not the arm, is it? I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Well, I see a toolkit that's missing a screwdriver. Did she stab someone with a screwdriver? Wait a minute, there is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. What do you mean?
Oh! The utility knife!
It has the victim's blood on it, from a set of utility tools used by Space Center techs. It must have been a utility knife from her mother's kit. Other than the katana, there's another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
But
but that's the murder weapon in the clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one, are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. I knew something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. But it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. I mean, if Athena stabbed Blackquill, I think he would remember that. But it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. It's missing one, though. You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Look at these logos. Switch these around, and you can put the knife in the center. Yeah, it's Gyaxa, but in a random order. You're right. This would be smack dab in the center between these two, the X and the Y. Fine. But isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art's failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, you're simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Check the logos on the utility knife? Yeah. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do, but what significance does that have? Yeah, that's what I said. It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court, then, if you would. What pattern and design would we see if we rearrange the tools? Okay, we need something that has the Galaxa logo. Here we go!
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the name of the Federal Space R&D program? Ah, I think I see it now. But... yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gyaxa logo. Which, let me just say real quick, that's a cool toolkit. I like the uniformity of it. That's actually, like, pretty neat. So it would. Then that means... admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Although, if I owned that toolkit in real life, I would not let them get fucking rearranged like that. That would be, like, so upsetting in, like, a compulsive way. Like, no, why are they in the fucking wrong order? No! Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't have been that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Who did she stab, then? Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? I don't think a little girl is that smart. If you have a box cutter or pocket knife, please always retract the blade. Yeah, good point. What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation delivered from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memory and the evidence. If in fact the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. Or you've just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright. By forcing us to forget the facts of this case, need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradiction keeps vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Can people in this court please stop fucking screaming? I don't want to believe it. Can't be true. Phoenix Wright breakdown. Not the first time. He had a breakdown in case 2-4 when Shelley DeKiller said he was going to kill Maya. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor. Not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case, thoroughly. Ooh, we're getting this scene. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. That means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Metis? Maybe Dr. Sykes was still alive? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Nah, that's definitely not it. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? I guess someone else. If I trust Athena, then I have to conclude there's a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did the third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition by covering. But wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would still would have detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. That makes sense. If the culprit posed as the victim, that'll explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so we can move on to the hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? I got something you can swallow, Edgeworth. According to the robot statement, there was no third person in there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Ha! You make that pose all the time regardless of the facts. Like a strange malfunction. Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Terran. That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Apollo was wearing his jacket. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed... This third person who's posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer! But that's... impossible! Ah, it's so nice seeing Edgeworth freak the fuck out in court again. A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Hold on. Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Yes, I remember it. Athena? What is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head. Miss Sykes, are you alright? No! The black psyche locks. They're breaking. Woo! It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. The black psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. Is that what happened when Kristoff broke down? I guess. We didn't see his, like, Apollo didn't have a Magatama, so... There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. There was a man there. A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. That's consistent. We saw a tear on the coat in the museum. That must have been when she attacked him. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mother's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? It would seem. A new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicions against Miss Sykes has... Hold it. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? Ugh, she's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise... Right. Then he must have come to the Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? A record, maybe? Huh. Died between 1 and 3. Yeah, I was thinking about the Hope capsule, maybe. It's possible she was killed when someone tried to steal the capsule.
Take that!
Or not. But I think you're on the right path, Das. I think the capsule's relevant somehow. It's weird how little I remember this case. A full-size replica of Hat 1. Space receiver. The moon rock. Is it this?
Take that!
No. The autopsy? I already presented the autopsy, I thought.
Take that!
Yeah. It's not the autopsy. Proof someone came to the lab before 2. The moon rock is missing.
Take that!
Damn it. The missing moon rock is definitely tied into this somehow, though. Can you present a person? No.
Take that!
Yeah, that was a long shot. No, I don't want to waste too much time, so I'm gonna check a guide. Unless someone can figure out before I get there, but... Is it the pamphlet? It says the center was open before 2 p.m. I mean, there is the Space Museum, but that doesn't seem relevant.
Take that!
No, that has nothing to do with anything. Okay. What? 7-year-old video.
Take that!
Really? How does that prove someone came here at 2? What the fuck? Okay, explain to me, game, how Prosecutor Blackwell leaving at 3 is proof someone was here before 2. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. Looks like they didn't check. They didn't check?! They didn't check?! What?! Ugh! That answer was bullshit! I assumed that was... They made a whole point about the fact that Simon was the only one they saw going to and from the lab. That is why Simon was convicted of fucking homicide. Fuck, what the fuck? But it's like, oh no, we just never checked the rest of the footage. That is a strike against you, game. That's bad writing. I'm sorry. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. Yeah, people just never checked, I guess. There, please stop it right there. Wow, would you look at that? A completely different person. Oh, and look, he's got a torn coat and a stabbed hand. How about that? What the fuck do you mean nobody saw this? This is stupid. I'm so mad. It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes? Do you remember this person? You know what? Fuck it. The police and Ace Attorney are, like, completely fucking useless anyway. I may as well just believe this. Jesus. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. Interesting bandage. What's with the yellow markings? And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. I'm gonna make a break on the recording. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were in the lab. Yeah, that... I was actually just thinking about that, Electrica, because that absolutely is what it should be. This is not the first time Ace Attorney has had, like, moments where it's like, okay, the writers were not thinking hard enough. And he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up until that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? Oh, good point. I didn't think about that. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Well, Athena said, like, pick up my mom. Maybe the robot brought the fucking tag? Killer brought it back, the victim brought it back, the defendant brought it back. I think this is it. Nope. So the killer brought it back, which would be a weird thing to do. Can you please refill online? Yeah, I should probably start doing that. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. Not weird if you removed your disguise, I guess. But in order to conceal the fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. Give yourself an alibi? Yeah, makes sense. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? Maybe when the body was found. If they were like one of the first on the scene. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. They self-reported. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? You should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If the person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial, anyway. Yeah, I didn't win. This didn't count. I didn't lose. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Is that true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. Oh yeah, her. Forgot about that bitch. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell? Oh, unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that— Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there is something I've wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell's been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy, but he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who's to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. I put it up my butt. I just put it up my butt. That's my way. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Someone was just asking where Taka was. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. What did I miss? Blackwell has a lead on who killed Athena's mother. The Phantom, the spy. There's a recording of his voice that Metis was analyzing. That's probably why the spy killed her. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Yeah, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. That's all I have left of my mentor. I will. Better hold on to this really tight. Yeah, unless you want to lose a fucking hand. Phantom's psych profile. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. So the Phantom's a sociopath. That figures. Psychological profile. Classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? Yeah, that's true. A spy who experiences no emotion. Not sadness nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart, don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives, and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then. It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we've learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring the proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Mrs. Athena Sykes. Oh, also, I'm going to have to charge you with a shit ton of perjury, and also several assault with a deadly weapon charges for the multiple times you've attacked Phoenix Wright. now the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. You. Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? I'm guessing the next part will be the final one. While I have forgotten most of this case, I do remember the identity of the killer. I think we're getting close. I don't know, I didn't want the fucking trial to end either. We still don't know who the real murderer is. I mean, I know, but you don't. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? This case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It's still not clear who killed Clay Taryn. Yeah, I kind of completely forgot about Clay Taryn's murder. Oops. Yeah, her fingerprints were on the lighter. That's still pretty bad. But Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish, let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Taryn. This might be the first time in Ace Attorney history where we solve Case 4 in Case 5. we really didn't solve Case 4 in Case 4. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Taryn with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Taryn's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I better rearrange my evidence. Relevant evidence swapped into the court record. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. Oh, wow, they got rid of a lot of evidence. Thank fuck. I don't know why they bother narrowing down the options. That just makes it, like, easier. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own coworker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. Yeah, this case is very, very interesting. I like the way it's written.
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. Well, I guess that is a lie. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Or Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Terran. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terran.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. Yeah, I do remember the guy who killed the other guy debating over, like, whose height was it? LeBron James? I think that was it. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. Can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape.
Hold it!
Yeah, that was weird. What an odd reason to kill someone. Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she'd snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until noon the next day. I was out until about noon of the next day. Didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I went out into boarding lounge 2. That must have been when the camera captured her. Now that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Order in the court. That can't be. If it is, then it is incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. True. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I have to know the truth. Huh. Weird article. I'll read that later. Apollo suspected his trusted coworker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again, Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Yeah, I guess the killer could have hidden the rocket. Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspects but the defendant. Unless... you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? I think I remember the answer. I don't think there's an alternative route, but if I say that, it's all over. I better think this through again. Was there an alternative escape route? Really? Ugh. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. Hmm? You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt, so that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me? It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me, so I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to?
Take that!
They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks Prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into Boarding Lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped from the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into Boarding Lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the Boarding Lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly, but the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything, so that leaves us with no other conclusions to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if... No. I'm remembering now. I know what happened exactly. But it's definitely one of those turn the cases on its head kind of things. Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they were a clue to the culprit's real escape route? A butt section, anyway. A Niv, what? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum. A Niv, what? But then came out using a route other than Boarding Lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning The Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from... Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge 2? Outside also comes to mind, but... I'll try outside. I don't think it'll work.
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Oh, never mind. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from. Yeah, I guess he did just jump out when it was moving or something. I assumed there was a mechanism to, like, keep the door shut or something, though. They point us exactly to where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean... Yep. While the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. Oh, the ladder. And what item was that exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside of the window of the main building.
Take that!
An emergency ladder. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosion to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order in the court. Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Phoenix Wright? It's not a stepladder, though. By definition, it's not. Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is... a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. Edgeworth, we already established that this guy is a sociopath. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
I can live that drop. Dankster really just said, nah, I'd win. But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, they would have taken... Why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they'd be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. And then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And in all but a brief moment, the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They wouldn't have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If the timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level. Right? Wait a minute. Aha. I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternate escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear. What? Right! You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance they'd be spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. Well, we already established that the Phantom is a spy, right? But was there such a person at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, a mysterious, shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. Phantom, again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. What? What? Order in the court. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue. There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right, this escape route must have been part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder, but he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! You gotta be kidding me! Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. That's funny, isn't it? We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too, and headed to the shelter. What's funny, I don't know if you even remember this, but you actually guessed that earlier, Das, that it was him because he dodged the question in court. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
Yeah, you had good instincts. What? Are you saying... You mean the Phantom is... Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We're all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all a part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge, where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start, and just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it. Ugh, I don't believe it. That addlepated? Huh. That's a new one. Being mixed up and eccentric. He was the one to discover it.
Addlepated.
Addlepated. Okay. I don't believe it. That addlepated detective did all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, a rogue detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. Then, his concern for Simon was also just one big act? I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. Hold on. That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that blood-stained lighter to court too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it, how the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Ugh. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Apollo! Ugh, well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Yeah, hold on, I got a text just now. Also, Sunny just sent me a tweet. Someone uploaded the entirety of Dune Part 2 to Twitter. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you Punch me, please. What? Why should I do that? Good night, November. Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust— Ow! Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. Apollo's doubt of Athena isn't a bad thing, if I'm being completely honest. I think it's smart of him to, like, weigh every single suspect. Also, like, his boss turned out to be a murderer, so he probably has trust issues. And then his next boss forged evidence to get the first boss convicted. What is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt, so that once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself, and they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackwill has surrendered, and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwill said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Miss Blackwill? I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. I like that she brought the robot. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura! She better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwill, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is awful. Yes, it's true, the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of the case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? You're about to get chopped. There you go. No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least. Or, Simon. I'm so glad both of you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You'd better be grateful. Kill yourself! I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. This is the world's most dysfunctional family. What is happening? But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Yeah, can we let him out now? Well, then again, he does kind of have a habit of randomly assaulting people, so maybe keep him chained up a bit longer. Simon. Aww, are you crying? You gonna cry? Baby gonna cry? I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable, but it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. Gonna cry? Gonna piss your pants? Maybe shit and cum? I can't believe he killed Clay. Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes. I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That's a conflict of interest, but okay. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man in my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork is yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity, and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. Oh yeah, Capcom held like a contest to see who the most popular character in the Apollo Justice collection is, like the top 3. And the conclusion it came to were Phoenix, Edgeworth, and Apollo. Like, yeah, the most popular characters are the, like, most important characters. Wow, who would have thought? Who? The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? This is a bad idea. How long I've waited. Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence, and now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Where'd the jacket go? Now this is the Apollo I know. I will say him being edgy, as you put it, was a bit justified. His best friend was murdered. Welcome back, Apollo.
It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand.
Yep.
I should head back to the prosecutor's office.
But why?
I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background.
Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks.
I expect to be repaid with a victory right. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Okay, you two all set to go?
You bet I am!
Let's do this. It'd be funny if, like, all three of them just stood at the defense stand. Like, fuck it, it's the last level. Use every protagonist at once. This is it. The final battle. Like, Apollo is just, like, fucking looking at people weird. Phoenix has that Magatama shit. And Athena's doing, like, a bunch of emotional analysis bullshit.
The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. How far will this camera pan if I do nothing?
Ah.
And then it stops. In a case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one ship responsible for it all to justice today.
That is a woman's name, you're not wrong. But I am at least aware of a Destiny who loves black people.
Let us now reconvene.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Back then you were dressed as a homeless person.
Also, you forged evidence?
Shh. Now that you mention it. Although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable.
Damn!
You've come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. But Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess.
Yeah, I'd be in a pretty bad mood, too. This, like...
Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust!
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice?
I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that.
I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And the defendant is the real culprit? That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can't define justice anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Yeah, please don't throw the book at me. Ugh. There's the Mo-level joke for you. Ugh, tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
Oh! Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it! Prosecutor Blackwell? Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Yeah, but he never liked him. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. Suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. This is my duty. I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone here have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Ha 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 ha! Now ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. I am the very embodiment of justice itself.
Hold it!
The embodiment of justice. Those are just empty words. But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over? Alright. Let's just move on. That's Trump logic, you idiot. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it and the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. It's probably forged. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright right down now. Especially about that lighter. He's right, but what exactly should I ask about? He would have wiped off any other prints, right? Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter. They're around the same spot on either side, as they would be if she was holding it up. Tofu burgers are a thing? What? You didn't know? Yes, tofu burgers are a thing. Of course they're a thing. I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony? The prints were placed just the way they would be if someone were holding it lit. Wait a minute. I see. So many prints were found exactly. 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand. Aura's statement. The perp held a lighter with an earth emblem on it in their left hand and a knife in their right. It contradicts Aura's testimony. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could we please have it added to my testimony? You got it. He beat me to it. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. 3 prints were on the lighter, the thumb, index, and the middle finger of a right hand.
Objection!
There we go. You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's right. Very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here is the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the ladder from a right hand, from the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? Yeah. You're right. That doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it. What have you got, Detective? The mirror. The witness must have seen the reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of the boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room. That's right, and across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. So you're saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. Ah, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence!
Right, Dono. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you would flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could have easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction. It appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice? He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust. Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. It's so sad. So very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit. Fuck you, dude. Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Hmm? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? I knew it. You're lying, Detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice Dono, are you to use that cheat of yours again? How is it cheating? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when held in the right hand. What am I looking for? No, it's not his right hand I'm looking at. Oh. I see that.
Gotcha!
Subconsciously flicking the lighter. Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Hold on. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. Why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, don't mind them having a look-see, should you? What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm not sure what this is all about, if Prosecutor Blackwell insists. It must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. I'll check every inch of this thing. Hey, what's this? Ugh, the back is covered with blood. Say, do you notice anything funny about this blood stain? You're right, it suddenly breaks off unnaturally. Supposedly the lighter was held with the right hand so that... wrong voice. Supposedly the lighter was held with the right hand so that the emblem was visible. If so, the print should be around the emblem and on the lid where you open it. You're right, there's definitely something off here. Let's open it. It's hard to tell if the prints are from a right hand or a left just by looking. I don't think looking at each print with the naked eye will tell us anything new. This lighter definitely hides a secret. I agree. Let's check it out carefully. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Wait. Oh! It's a gun! That's the 10 cal! Wow, it transformed into something. A handle. A trigger. Is this what I think it is? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. Oh, what?! A gun. So that's it. Makes sense for a spy to have something sneaky like that. A lighter that turns into a 10 cal. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun. So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster... That's right. Whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing an ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out. He's a good liar.
Objection!
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where's your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear that the detective is right. I almost said defective. Ace detective? More like, stupid Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terran, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant, Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Now do you see, a man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything else to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But... Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. Ooh. He's fucking mad. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you hit on something, Apollo. It's just, if the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter? Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Ah, yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data for everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? Doesn't Athena wear a glove? No, I guess I don't see anything strange about how the prints were left on the lighter. Nothing unusual about the angle of the prints or how they are patchy in places, but there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. Oh, fuck you. Alright, owner. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely match her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence!
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then. Bailiff? Just get a piece of paper and some ink. Just slather it on the defendant's finger and then have her press on it. Ah, it appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yeah! Fucking got your ass now. Yes! Fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terran. How about that? Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? That makes sense. Fulbright did remove his glove. Ah, I see. Come to think of it. It wasn't you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off of his hands. By your own admission, you're also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. Yeah. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You're out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you're the only one who could have used that escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand! Ah! Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence!
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An under-the-cover investigator? That sounds less wholesome to me. Oh, fucking hell. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then who is the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. How do you explain the fabricated lighter? My cat died, so I committed 9/11. That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get that psych profile you have on him. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. Wait. Yeah. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. I bet even now, there are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? Well, on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. Oh. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence!
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? You must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up until this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But... I've known Fulbright here for a year now, and all this time he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Prosecutor Blackwell! This fool truly thought he could perform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me? Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Oh, the jet lag's gone. It's not a problem anymore, Aether. Throw yourself at my mercy. And don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you! Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Do I listen to K-pop? No. Very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he gonna get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that... I'm off! I figured it was her. The defense... No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet, and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Oh. Oh, we're actually doing it. I was just joking. Athena, what are you doing? Well, we don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am. I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? Yeah, 3 people at the stand. Pretty wild. I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. Suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it! With your special ability, we might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him. Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling. Not you too! You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me.
Silence.
Oh, how you amuse me so. What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon. I knew you would catch on, Athena. Huh? Don't mind filling me in here? Simon was manipulating him the whole time. That's funny. Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. What? You two were working together just now? Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart. You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget mon ami, let's do this. Athena is 18. Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackwell. I am an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad person for cooperating with such a man, but he took my family hostage. What else could I do? Well, how about that? Not a single emotion. Even with his all-over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all? It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psych profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Uh-oh. Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective? He's interfering. Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Gah! Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There. Now you can't hack me anymore. I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us. Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings! As a matter of fact, you wounded me very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelming happy reading. Huh? He's literally crying a river. Literally crying us a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Rah! Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden? What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right? Precisely, which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he's controlling his emotions. There's something so weird about Blackwell tapping his head and you don't hear the chains shake. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell, you are correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know. More like for us spies, seriously. Where are the chains, though? He had them removed. He was found innocent of the crime he was accused of, so... I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute, I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide of your exaggerated emotions, Detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide. That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No, analyze away. But I will state it again, I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Me, the Phantom? No way! Oh, I'm so sad. See, I told you I have emotions. How dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock? I do regret cooperating with the Phantom, of course. But I'm so glad this whole misunderstanding is cleared up now. There's so much wrong with his fucking emotions, I don't know where to begin. What the? How are we supposed to pick out what's unnatural from this mess? I don't know what we can do with this either. This must be his defense against your ability. So you think this is what he meant when he said by what he meant? Was this what he meant by what he's really capable of? I hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Yeah, it's a really good idea of a final boss. They set up the emotional mood matrix, and now we have someone who's like so emotionally fucked that it just doesn't make any sense. I'd hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something, and that he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human, his true feelings, an emotion he can't completely conceal, must be hidden somewhere in his testimony. Which one do I even do? Maybe this? I don't think so. I've never seen a person in such a chaotic emotional state. There has to be something here. I just know it. This might be a long shot, but if there really is a real emotion mixed in here somewhere, then it's possible that it would be the one emotion that doesn't disappear. The one emotion that doesn't disappear. One that doesn't disappear, huh? I'll give it another look then. Shock. Oh, shock disappeared there. Wait, hold on. Happy, mad, surprised, distressed. There's some screens where distress doesn't appear. Anger. Screen 3. Hold on, distress is like consistently beeping. It's not shutting off at all. You're right, Das. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. Yeah, that was rough. Got like 2 hours where I have to fuck off. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh? A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh? And it was a response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because... You tried, but failed to steal the moon rock. That stain on your career as a spy has left you feeling afraid. But the moon rock did indeed disappear from the lab. Ah, fuck me. Alright, let's try that again. That's just me being dumb. That was just a wrong guess. It probably reveals his identity or something. Of course. That's it. Yeah, this is the right answer. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top-secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You're afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity? Apparently so. It's in the bomb. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there's something on it that would reveal his true identity. His blood from getting stabbed? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have? Where can I get some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. He's like an evil 007. So, I guess 006 from GoldenEye? I don't know. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. Ah, showing off the 3DS's 3D gimmick. Ah! And what was that just now? Although I kinda always had the 3D off. It hurt my eyes. But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from a psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. That's the issue with the 3D gimmick. Once you take something out of 3D, it looks fucking ridiculous. Like Friday the 13th Part 3, do you have any idea how many dumb fucking shots there are of like them throwing shit in your face? There's a completely superfluous scene where they're making popcorn just so the popcorn can fly up at the audience. Like, this is the issue when you do that. The reason why shit like How to Train Your Dragon and like fucking Avatar work is because they don't do that. So the 3D is convincing and it's not just throwing shit at your face. Eek! It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an area when evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Dank age of the lol, I like that. Well, I admit, I don't have any conventional proof. But I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. If I was in the gallery, I would think he is the Phantom. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses, and has been key in getting to the truth. What nonsense. Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is. But Your Honor... There, you see? Nobody believes you and your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. I've seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest. So does this mean you will accept my finding in this trial, Your Honor? Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. It is the court's opinion on this matter. Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology. My fears. Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. No reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock. None at all. So the very fact I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice! And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any two-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. Don't try to escape. Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it, right, Dono? What sword? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell, we have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the Law. Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust? Understanding? Fragile ideas of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies, always. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all.
Objection!
Ah, damn, it's not taking it yet. That bomb photo is definitely going to be important, though. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom.
Hold it!
It only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Yes, I'm very afraid of him, because he took my family hostage. Oops. I meant to press there.
Hold it!
Your family? Like, who in your family, specifically? Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example.
For example? Maybe? You need a more concrete answer than that.
Maybe my mother, my son, or my daughter. Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much. Ugh, he's obviously lying. Look how upset I am. Is it any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders? No reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of a moon rock. None at all.
Hold it!
Can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock. I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy? The Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big. Like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock is something to his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock? I think his blood is on the rock. I think he got blood on the rock when Athena stabbed him. But fingerprints can be wiped off. And maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA. You're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. You can't just wash blood off. It'll show up with a luminol test no matter what. I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering that, if you don't mind. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him.
Hold it!
How afraid are you exactly? I'm so scared I start to shake even when I see the moon in the sky. Do you shake when you see Miss Sykes' earring? Well, to be honest, since the very first time I met Miss Sykes, I felt more than a little frightened of her. I guess some people just inspire that much fear in others.
Mr. Wright, you were thinking something mean-spirited and rude, weren't you?
The ring is made of moon rock, but I don't know if that proves anything right now. Of course not. Must beef up mind-reading defenses. How do you understand? The very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock proves that... In fact, I'm on the side of justice!
Hold it!
After all you've done, how dare you speak the word justice? In justice we trust. I'll say it as much as I want, and with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just is just. That's how it works in the dark age of the law. Get the best of me, that twisted argument is. I'll find a way to get him right where I want him. Detective Fulbright, or rather the Phantom, feels fear in regard to the moon rock. Probably has something to do with being afraid that his true identity will be revealed. Right, so that's why the Phantom had to take the moon rock with him 7 years ago. In that case, we had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear. We just might be able to expose his true identity. It had to have been when the blood got on him because Athena stabbed him, right? The murder weapon used on Terran. Okay, that's what I must present, I'm guessing.
Objection!
There we go. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is? Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran. That's right, and the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. This dude is a super spy, and he got stabbed by a little girl. Very nice. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock, and he's afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. Yeah, he was wearing a mask. You mean if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. Ah! What this court needs is a bully-free zone. Yeah, Manfred von Karma got shot by a child. He wasn't a spy, though. He was just a prosecutor. Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now. Ready it with me. Show us just finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? Yeah! Go on right, Dono. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible. And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab. But the moon rock was never found. How could I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still haven't grasped on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. There's a fragment in the bomb. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in 7 years after that either. Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. How? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oops, sorry. I mean... What? Huh? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? Damn, Das really did say a pipe bomb is in your mailbox.
Take that!
Okay, never mind. Oh, it was at the crime scene 7 years ago. It was launched into space and only returned to Earth a few days ago. He launched it into fucking space!
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket? He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there's only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock wouldn't have been launched up into space. The moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket. Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. Sent that bitch into space. It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. What? What?! Order in the court! I understand now. Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain, he used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right, he planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. Ugh. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later. With the capsule in tow. Gah! If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have just been to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. I hate when I see, like, random frames. Like, it just showed a frame of Apollo before showing the image. That's gotta be an issue with the port, right? And attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with that capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung into that capsule for all he was worth until his last breath. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do.
Boy, he's totally out of whack now.
It's game over it's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I'm not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap. Well, I'm not sure what to think. I suppose the Phantom is a spy worth his salt. A trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
In that case, you could say anything is a trap. That's what makes a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence!
Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. Yeah, I'm just realizing that Fulbright has always had, like, the exact 4 emotions that, like, Athena has on her widget thing. Further investigation, or like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwill! Hey, you guys aren't really... It looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth! I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All 3, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwill, you'd best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then does this mean... Yes, that man there is an imposter. A sociomogus, if you will, pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? Then this man is sus? Who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you'll not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. Ooh. What the? No! His face. Aw, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What is the meaning of this, witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo. Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck? But that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence!
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed. Oh. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection!
Not so fast. I have the Phantom psych profile right here.
If we compile a psych profile on you and compare the results,
It'll prove that you're the Phantom.
objection. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. That voice, those words. This is getting silly. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means? Mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. Huh? Time to take out the trash. Permanently. How could you? Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence!
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life for an life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me after all. At all. Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. I like how he has his hand as if he's supposed to have the staff here. The Phantom really went, oh. I remember this episode. Fucking hell. What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right, I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face. Memories. Personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. And I believe there's blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright. Your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule. I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... Fudge! Damn, he almost swear. No, it's not the real Professor Means, Das. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence, and was blown to smithereens. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks of the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. So that's the real reason this courtroom is blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. Please put some weight behind your swing, Right Dono. I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. That was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Yeah, the earring would have been made before the blood got splattered, though. I think we're gonna use the earring to identify the moon rock or something. Because I think he's gonna be like, well, you have the moon rock, but, like, you can't prove it's the moon rock, right? Very well, Mr. Wright, let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity?
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom, and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on the photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the Hat won. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock, and when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable. But that's impossible. A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, fool bright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwell, what do the test results show? That was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed... Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you're the Phantom!
Objection!
Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? Oh, it's like that one Amber Heard trial thing. No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? Why? It was a pretty good objection, too, don't you think? This is hilarious. Now he's me? So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of the rock in the photograph and those just like it. How can you be so sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? I am a shadow, the true self. Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments! Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom, and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they're from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. That moon rock doesn't exist anymore. There's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. Oh, no! There's really no way to prove it. Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. I think Athena just wears it so much, she kind of forgot that's what it's made of. Like, you kind of forget things you wear sometimes. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. Final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? I mean, again, she's wearing it, so it's easy that she just kind of forgot about it. We do. Even the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Why did you post the Da Vinci fire emote? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. Let me get adjusted. A piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost is this. But just about the only things my mother left me are widget. And this earring. Maybe she did love me, in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah! Oh! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon rock.
Take that!
That's your sample. This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What? All this time? It was here all along? No. It can't be. If If the composition of the bomb fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it'll prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results showed that the blood on the fragment was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now, even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do. I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
And you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me? Is this? No. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear.
You can't outrun yourself.
Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on.
With your own true face.
My own true face. No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See, I haven't revealed anything yet, honest. My own true face. I don't have one. My face, my face! Is this my face? Is this it? No, that's not it. No! This isn't me either. Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Sniped. And his face is in darkness. I love that. And that's it. The end of the last case. Aside from the DLC, which we do not have time to do right now. Ugh, sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. Zoom out, the sniper is Shelly Day Killer. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright, his imposter, doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. What a shit sniper. True. The analysis of that final piece of evidence Wright Dono submitted is in. Composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. I'll worry about this later. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, just both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4, and all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicions of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But, before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place? Yes, Your Honor. I like how bored this woman in the jury looks. Like, she doesn't care about anything that happened, I guess. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty. Woo! And that's the end of the base game. We'll do the DLC next week. I need to, like, pack up and get ready to go. Court is adjourned, at least after the whole, like, end here is finished. Congratulations, Mr. Nick! Thank you, Pearls. And thank you for being there for Athena. And the DLC case is going to be very special because it's going to be the first case that we've done on stream that I actually don't know the ending to. Oh, I'm just going to my mom's house. Like, I didn't really play the DLC case, so I don't know anything about it. It'll be the first time I'm actually going to, like, uncharted waters. Like, no vague memories of who the killer is or anything. It'll be interesting to, like, finally experience a new mystery on stream. Thank you, Pearls. And thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Dad, I'm so glad to see you. God, I kinda just give the girls all the same voice, but I don't know what the fuck to do. How many games after the DLC? There's Spirit of Justice, there's Ace Attorney Investigations, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, and, The Great Ace Attorney. And that'll be all of it. Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Dad. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Oh, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. We have 1 hour until I have to get the fuck out. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you who saw it to the end. It was you who saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Aww, you're a sweetie, Edgeworth! Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? Should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Did you pay him for your defense in case 1-4? Just curious. Hey, Edgeworth, think we could finally bring the Dark Age of the Law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now the prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges. A great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Athena. Oh, sorry. I thought that was Junie for some reason. Athena, I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Aww. Just barely. But I still made it. Atta girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. The Ace Attorney series really loves having characters who don't cry, like cry at the very end. They love doing that. Yes. I survived by the skin of my teeth thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon. I mean, not counting this. For trying to throw your life away like this. It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It's definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. Hey! I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency. Well, nobody's gonna try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there's so many more people out there who need our help. You're right. I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There's still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close... Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Huh? 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 I have an idea, Dad. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair. I want to say it too. Alright, here we go.
Objection!
Lovely. Alright. And that was the first of the 3D games. I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Paulie now that he's back. So I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do.
Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item? You think I should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the right anything agency after all. Athena and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I'd better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says, eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow, green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead. Stop being down bad. The end of the dark age of the law, you say? How naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation. The chief prosecutor wants to see me. Bye. Ah, Pain. You and your entire bloodline are so worthless. I've been asked to debut the great masked wrestler Tenmataro. He's scheduled to go up against the amazing Ninetales next, though. Oh, what to do, what to do. Fight to the finish with myself. Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the amazing Ninetales II? That's not a bad idea. I bet he'd all be all for it. Caw, caw, caw! So are we to meet as foes. My little friend. I fucked that up really bad. QB just means Ninetales? Yes, I know. Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of Ninetales now. Pretty impressive, huh? How? I took over after Rex QB. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey you, what do you think you're doing sneaking into the 8th Manor? Ah, the jig's up! Better make a run for it! I hate how fast the text goes. It's faster than I talk. I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law, so I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm gonna prosecute Athena someday. You'll S-E-E. I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm gonna pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merit this time. The score of 100 points, of course. Hugh, Juniper, our dreams will live on forever! Robin is truly the most gender-fluid person of all time. I found really sweet boxes for all 3 of them, but they won't wear them. It's because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge. But anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper's future is as bright as can be. Now, let's see what the fresh blood have to say in the new school paper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal her cardboard box got soggy? Womp womp. The one-night reunion concert, I still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest trial ever, yeah? I can already hear it now, and I have a fucking German accent. I don't sound like Yuri fucking Lowenthal, do you understand? I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom. Did you? But it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once training is over, it simply must be done. Ha ha ha! Humanity's dreams for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the Hat 3 rocket has already officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos. What do you... Oh, Director. Yes, yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes. You leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos. Oh, thank God he's been demoted. Ben Han, all caps. I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Metis came to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting, Montes Perinis or Mare Tranquillatus? You think they would like either one? Yay! Hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to. Okay, it's got a king. Good to know. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time, for me and Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I should now know I should never give up. But I'm worried, you can't breathe in space. In fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. Oh, he's still in his suit? Well, he's at work. Hey, it's the killer. The dolphin? Yeah! Are you? No, I am not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. But no one's around, I've been kept waiting for a long time. What sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him? And perhaps he and I shall meet in courtroom in the near future. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. Please forgive me! Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It would seem solving that case has thawed the chill of winter into the warmth of spring. Now I owe Wright yet another debt of gratitude. But I will repay him one day. You can trust in that. No, you should just fire Payne, not cut his salary. He's a corrupt prosecutor. Just fire him. Ah, that was fun. Alright. Let's check out this bingo real quick. Bad pun names. I don't know about any... Winston's not in the game. Oh, that's funny, Das. I mean, I guess that's the whole point. Bad pun names. I don't remember one. Stupid motive to kill somebody. Not really. He was hired to do it. Rival prosecutor harasses defense attorney. That's a gimme. Pointless cross-examination. Not really. Associate of client refusing to cooperate. Apollo. Client refuses to cooperate for no reason. If Blackwell counts, then... I mean, I guess he did have a reason. Clearly Japanese thing gets Americanized. Yeah, that was kind of all over this case. Spelling grammar error, bizarre breakdown animation. Bullshit answer, absolutely. Annoying character, request the same statement to get new information. Oh hey, a ladder. Rival prosecutor gets into trouble, unable to progress because you're missing nothing to click on. Bizarre character design. Ripping off your own face is pretty weird. Why are they the suspect? Least surprising culprit ever. Uncomfortable subject is a major plot point. Mo-level joke. I forgot what it was, but they did do one. And even pointed out that it was a bad pun. Female sidekick gets in trouble. Odd personality change, sure. Damn! So close to a bingo. It would have been sick if we got one on, like, the last one. Oh yeah, throw the book at him. That was it. Like, don't throw the book at me. It's like, alright. It would have been awesome if we got it on the last case. I'm so sad now. It's called Phoenix Wright Dual Destinies, but, like, it's about 3 lawyers. So it's Tri-Destinies, isn't it? Wouldn't it be 3 Destinies because it's 3D? Isn't that the point? Why is it called Dual Destinies? It's a pun on 3D, isn't it? That's the point. What the fuck? Why is it titled this? That's stupid. 0 out of 10. Anyway, great game. You're right, but whatever. I am right. Ooh. Cutscene.
Athena and Simon? Sure. We'll go with that.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds.
That's what he sounds like?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Turnabout Trials
5
5 in Japanese.
4, 3, 2,
Kyokuten
1.
Saiban.
Liftoff.
Or however the fuck you call it. And that ship was called the Challenger. Huh, her hair's down. Cool. You look way less stupid now. Yeah, that's Aura.
Mr. Starbuck! You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
It is cute. I like it.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Why does he have such a grizzled voice?
All right!
My throat hurts. Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. Very nice. End of the final vanilla case. And next week, we will start the DLC chapter. Continue on to the next game? What? No. What about the extra? Yeah, there's the extra episode. You have to click on it manually. Alright. Well, we'll save that for later. Thank you all for coming. I had a lot of fun playing this. Really ups the ante in, like, the Ace Attorney way. Wild fucking case. Funny breakdown. Fucking Fulbright ripping his own face off. Pretty good. Alright. Is anyone streaming? Ooh, Meat Canyon. Let's go raid Papa Meat. Bye, everybody! "17 viewers, man. I had a lot of viewers this stream. Bye!